Okay, that should be better. I think. Can you all hear me now? Okay. I don't know why it disconnected. That shouldn't have happened. I have not unplugged my microphone at any point. So, huh. Is my volume okay? All right, cool. Well, I suppose it'll just be a bit of a fluke. Okay. So, welcome back to Book of Hours. I've been staying on the title screen longer than I normally would, and that's because we've got something new here. Mods! So, I'm very excited to try some of these out. Now, here are the mods that I'm subscribed to at the moment. Gearby is the Gatekeeper mod. Basically, this is a official developer mod that allows a bunch of other mods to work. You pretty much have to have this to enable some of the more interesting mods, but it does mean that you're taking responsibility for your own risk here. Fabric improvements. Basically, it alters the slots on the loom. Gearby is the gate to the Modsus. So yeah, fabric improvements. One allows you to order rags from Cater and Hero, as well as different bolts of fabric from TRN Limited. And instead of Heart, Moth, Nectar, and Rose, the loom is now Grail, Heart, Moth, and Winter. Specifically, giving Grail to the loom is pretty major because it allows you to actually make the fabric dolls on a fabric weaving station, which was, like, weirdly hard to do before. And also, it should have Winter, Kilisimi, yes. Grail, Heart, Moth, and Winter. Now, the one thing is, this is the only mod that I think makes a permanent change to the game. So, I want your opinion. Should I enable fabric improvements? It is going to be a permanent save file change, although we can always reload to before this session, because I have plenty of saves. But what do we think? Is it important that we keep the loom as it originally was, or do we want to change it to this new version? Sorry. As for the other mods, these are definitely getting turned on. Oh, heck. Brewable dandelion wine. You know how I feel about authorial intent. Change the story, read as you experience it. That does make sense. And honestly, I do feel like it doesn't make a lot of... The aspects that the loom has right now really just do not make sense to me, and these ones make a lot more sense. It's like... there's no real reason for the loom to have Nectar. Or Rose. It keeps the Heart and Moth, which do make sense to me, and just adds Grail and Winter, which a number of the things that can be made are Grail, and, Winter, like you said, is associated with Kilisimi, the woven language, so... yeah, let's enable it. As for the other two, brewable dandelion wine, you can use flowers and the kitchen range to make dandelion wine. And that just, you know, it says it's homemade flower wine, but it doesn't actually let you make it at home. I kind of hope that sometime in the future someone makes a mod that lets you make slow gin in the same way. But I suppose that, yeah, like, you could use berries in some capacity. Because we do have blackberries, and yeah, blackberries are a big thing. And pumpkin variety from Sack. This makes pumpkins work like marrows when it comes to vegetable sacks, where you can actually get different varieties of pumpkin from the thing. Let me check to see what it gives you. So, okay. At 44% chance, 4 out of 9 times, you get a normal pumpkin. 22% chance, 2 out of 9 times, you get an amber pumpkin. 22% chance, 2 out of 9 times, you get a wormy pumpkin. And then at a 1 in 9 chance, 11%, you get a soft amber pumpkin. That's honestly the one that I find the most important, because it really does not make sense that the pumpkins don't work like the marrows. Let's try this out. Also, apparently, this is a thing you used to have to do when Alexis Kennedy was still changing things around early on. In order for the Loom slots to update, you need to run a recipe through it, so let's do that. Or, no, apparently it does work. Oh, I see, yeah. It's still showing the original versions. So why don't we go ahead... and just make some Perhibiate. And meanwhile... there we go, and we should now be able to... okay, how does this work? So, obviously this still makes Blue Crown tea. That recipe hasn't changed. I see. So if I were to use Agave Eterna, let's see. Moth Orchids. this is going to give a niche to Sea Holly more than anything else. Let's wait for that. Now, meanwhile, what were we up to? The affair of the Oriflamme heist just popped. So... I do believe I checked, and it doesn't super matter how I do this part. So, let's grab all the people that we need. We've already spoken to Olympe Bechet. So the other people... Ugh, Hokebald. I guess we have to. Alright, okay, what was the recipe? Okay. Let's get some water. Andorian Lapidary with metal. Just add water. And we get Iotic Essence. Okay, so that's just a regular pumpkin. What was the, Forge Jesus. He turns water into Orpiment Exultant. Hell yes. We can make some pumpkin soup. Oh, fuck. Went too fast again. I just ate a sack of vegetables whole. Alright. Now, for everyone who isn't fussy-ass Hokebald, we need Dr. Blackwood. Oh, Soft Amber Pumpkins have tons of cooking recipes. I've been annoyed by not being able to get them a lot. Serena, Hokebald. Zachary, Coquille, and Daymare are the others. We got Perhibiate. And there we go. The Looms slots have been updated. And yep, moss green velvet, pale silk, buttercup linen. I guess they're like that because they are Blomberend hives. I'd throw a buzzing pumpkin at my enemies. Also, we have carpenter bees that tunnel under footpaths where I live, so sometimes the trails sing at you. Ah, carpenter bees. I remember those. A neighbor's house when I was growing up had a carpenter bee nest somewhere in it. I didn't appreciate it at the time because I was still really, really terrified of anything remotely bee-related. But, yeah, in retrospect, yeah. Let me actually, okay. Fear. Earth sign. Impulse. Only 2 more in Scalar Nectar. Oh, hello, Blippi. Ah, alrighty. Long snake. And I've got a drink right here. Is it... What the heck? There we go. Managed to get it out. Righto, I got my drink. Aside from some water here, which I'll refill later, I have a lovely vegetable smoothie, basically. Alright, we need one more nectar scale. Right, Savage Hymn. That's the one I'm missing. Invitation to Daymare. That's done. Next up would be Zach. And finally, Princess Kokio. And there's a pumpkin soup. Aha! An amber pumpkin. Everything is functional. The mod is working. And there's the Iotic Essence. And now... we make Orpiment Exultant. Let me also take this moment to... because I'm hoping that it'll work like this. Grab a couple of moth orchids. And we upgrade Stone Stories to level 7. So there were a couple of mods that I considered but did not ultimately decide to go with. I might do them for later playthroughs, but broadly speaking, I felt that they were, they would probably make this one a little bit too effortless, was the idea. So, looking at a couple of these, right? So... let me see what were the ones that I'll go over the ones that I explicitly mentioned, and also there have been some that have shown up since I initially looked over the mods, because we're having a bit of a modding boom. Yeah, let me just go over some of these and talk about what I think of them so far. There appear to be 56 currently available mods, though some of them are just the old language localizations. No one has made a Skyrim level horny mod yet? Give it time. Okay. So first off, clock. Each day spawns a verb showing exact time remaining for each part of the day. The verb stops and closes at the end of each day, and the mod spawns a new one at the start time in sync with the day cycle. It basically is just a timer to show you exactly how much time you have in the day. Honestly, this could be useful for some people. I don't feel I need this. I like the slight uncertainty. But it is good. Memory markers. You can place markers on books, comforts, things, and wall art by using said object with a non-lesson memory only. Doing so will place a corresponding aspect on said object. You can do so many times with the same object, but only with different memories. Adding a memory that the object is already marked with will instead remove all markers. All of this is instant and does not consume the memory. The mod will cause all books to self-mark when mastered with their proper memory. Basically, it allows you to mark which books have which memories by doing it manually, which is basically what I've been doing this entire time, labeling the shelves. This will be very useful in the future, but if I enabled this for this playthrough, it would really just make all of my work up to this point be for nothing. I do like the idea, though. Obviously, Girby. Find assistance with soul elements. This is a thing that people have really wanted since Cultist Simulator, is for, like, when you're looking for anything that has an RNG aspect, like finding followers in Cult Sim, that the aspect of the thing you put in would, like, matter. So this one lets you find specific assistance by using an element of the soul with more than 24 pence at the Sweet Bones. So, Winter for Elegiac Poet, Sky for Traveling Musician, Rose for Surrealist Painter, Forge for Consulting Engineer, Grail for Unusual Nun, and Scale for Fugitive. This is great for people who want to get to the good part quickly, but again, I feel like this is leaning a little bit more towards just making taking away the interesting bits of planning and challenge that the game does have. That's just my opinion, though. There was language teacher. That was another one I considered. Which allows you to spend tryst with more than 32 pence at the Sweet Bones to find a language teacher. I just don't think this is all that necessary. I would have liked this when I was still under the impression that you had to, or while it was still the case, that you had to just wait for people to show up based on the whatchamacallits, incidents that you drew. But now that we have the ability to make incidents go faster, as well as the address book, I just don't feel that language teacher is all that necessary. What were the other ones that I, this one's just straight up marked as a cheat, that lets you skip the early game. If you consider the Hush House key with Tryst, you get 100 lessons, 50 pounds, and 10 gold. No. This one just confused me. Glasses are lenses. I thought they already were? Or no, I guess they're not. That mod just makes the librarian's glasses into a lens object. I guess. Here it is. Oriflamme's book. Spend tryst with 6 pence to get Oriflamme's address, then you can buy books from Oriflamme. What requires a lens again? I don't know. Let me check. It doesn't look like anything requires a lens. The Watchman Shrine's Solar Altar and Telescope specifically accept lenses among their things. But, like, okay, let me check this. So, the librarian's glasses is 1 lantern. What would it mean if this was a lens? Honestly, I don't think anything, because you know what else is a lens? A Deer Day lens, which has double the lantern. Like, I guess the idea is you have an infinitely reusable lens. But, like, if you're that down bad for 1 lantern infinitely reusable, on 3 specific workstations, those being... It doesn't even do anything for the telescope. Like, the telescope... I guess you could do a thing with the telescope, but why would you do it like that? People just love librarian's glasses, I guess. Like, we did find it useful that the glasses had the light aspect earlier, but the light aspect is a bit harder to come by because candles. Candles are much harder to make than Deer Day lenses, considering you need some specific stuff. And that's already in the game. I don't mean to judge these. I don't want it to come off like I'm being mean about these mods. These are just the personal reasons I'm not using them. I think it's really cool that people are modding this, and I think it's really cool that people are making very simple mods. that do just little tiny tweaky things, even just for flavor. Uh, in my case, I don't want to like change up aspects on things more than I have to because I'm a little bit worried about those being permanent changes that could damage the save file if I ever turn the mods off. And yeah, they show people's preferences and how they play the game. That is really neat. I like that. The Oriflamme books, I went back and forth on this, but ultimately I was like, if I were to add this on our current run, it would remove one of the few little drip feeds of stuff that we still have to do, and it would basically accelerate everything to its inevitable conclusion. Maybe at the very end, when we're going into our, like, last major session of this, when I plan to finish the game, I'll grab Oriflamme's books to just, shotgun all the rest of the books that exist in the game, but for now, no. Yeah, a lot of these remove the gameplay. Which is fair. Book of Hours, to a certain extent, you could argue that it's not really a game, it's more of a life simulator. But I do like it being... I do think it's a game. And I think that those gameplay elements are important. Like, the random aspects, and I'm not against ways to get Oriflamme to send you books quicker, I'll say, but I think it should cost something. The way it's set up is... I love my timer game. Yeah. The way it's set up in the mod, it looks like, is, that you just get an address for your address book. And I feel like that's too easy. I feel like in order to get books from Oriflamme, it should be in a similar situation to how Inklings into Avenues of Inquiry work, where you have to actually spend resources each time you want to speed up Oriflammes. Like, hell, imagine that you could spend an Inkling in some way. Instead of just getting a random memory out of it, you could spend an Inkling in order to get Oriflammes to send you a book. And then you have to choose between using your Inklings on books and using them on, whatchamacallit, on new incidents. I think that would be really cool, and that's a mod I would definitely play with. As it is, this Oriflamme's book just seems like a bit of a cheat. I might see if I can try to make that. I don't know how to mod, though. A number of these also notable are, a number of other notable ones here are new skills. Roses and Perfumes was apparently a cut skill from the game that provides Rose and Grail and can get committed to Skolakosovy or Bird Song. Someone added, it made the mod Shaper of Sorrows, which adds a new hidden book that is a Newman book and adds its own extra endings to the game. Not many of these mods add new items entirely. I think that might be difficult. I have been seeing more of that. There's some interesting ones. There's a mod to add Harvey Haddington as a visitor, which, that's just fun. There's a mod that lets you use a mortar and pestle to What the hell? With the mortar and pestle, you can now grind the following recipes at a kitchen. Pumpkins into milk, marrows into flour, and grapes into sugar. Just add secret panels and turns it into a secret object hunt. That's fun. You would not believe how much effort it took to find sources to even remotely back these recipes up. It turns out that you can, in fact, make flour from marrows, though it is difficult. You can make milk from pumpkins without using almond milk, and so on. Okay, I can see sugar from grapes. Those other two sound completely off the wall. What the hell? Like, I'm impressed that you actually sourced your things here, but... man. Oh, this one is an interesting one. There's a mod that lets you... I thought it was kind of weird that we couldn't try to grasp concepts by using art as a medium in Book of Hours, so now your journey into books can be aided by pigments. It lets you insert pigments into the tool device slot of desks. So you can kind of doodle with paint while reading something. That is neat. I like that. That is peak, yeah. Here's an interesting one. Evolutions buffed. Evolutions to the highest level of soul elements awards a maladied soul element of first level of the same type. Fatigued in the case of metal. Which... that's an interesting take. I guess the idea is that, like I've demonstrated, evolving your soul elements isn't amazingly worth it in this game. So this makes it a little more worth it, but either way. You know, I'll subscribe to that pigment reading desks. I'm not going to enable it yet, but I'm definitely subscribing to it. What else do we have here? Witchworm's Remedy. Collection of content changes that walk on the edge of being cosmetic and bug fixes. Failing to master a book should now be able to malady evolved soul elements, not only their base versions. Oh, really? Evolved soul elements don't get maladied? I never knew that. Rereading mastered contaminated books should now malady vulnerable soul elements properly. Hidden Newman books should be obtainable only once per playthrough. Finding Hush House key recipes are reworked to take 30 seconds, and it is created at the start instead of at its end. It's aimed not to block the player from other gathering recipes that the game normally does. Aspects marking the books that a visitor looked at the book should use an aspect versions of their portraits. These are... I'm not sure I understand all of them, but they seem like nice tweaks. Hold on. That guy is banned. There's a visual mod here that literally just makes the cage in Gullscry Tower cozier. It adds like a little velvety pillow to the bottom of the Gullscry cage. Um... What are some of these other ones? Forgotten Books, which is a mod that puts 12 books from Cultist Simulator back into Book of Hours when they weren't ported over. Which ones? Oh, the language books, for one, are back in. And also Stum. This also just... It doesn't explicitly list which books it is, but it also just says, never, never lend that book to your visitors. Okay. There's a mod that allows you to, makes the pear trees in the Practic Garden able to drop apples and misshapen fruit. That might be something useful. The Crown Becoming. Yeah, okay, a new Newman book with its own associated endings, specifically for crowned growth shit. That's nice. Yeah, Stum's fun. Maladies of Evolved Solaments have broader powers with each stage. Interesting. That's a thing. People really like the Crown Growth Online. Understandably so. There's apparently some language rebalancing. Cutting hair. You can cut your hair using Barber's Chair, Barber's Assistance, or Shears of the Sisterhood with health once per season to gain human hair. You know what? I don't know why you were not able to do that in the first place. I'm subscribing to that one. This one apparently lets you, order more stuff from Cater and Hero and TRN Limited, as well as reduced delivery times. One of these is grapevines can give rose hips and blackberries at lower chances. 4 out of 6 grapes, 1 out of 6 blackberries and rose hips. I'm not as much of a fan of that in the apples from Pear Tree one, because it's not that hard to continually go wandering on the moors to get those things. And also, unlike the pumpkin vegetable sack, it doesn't make sense. And what is this? Higher Gathering. Oh, that's interesting. Note applies only to the moor, caves, and beachcombing. Offer pieces of your soul to entice the beachcomber through a dream journey so that they might grant you greater insight in your searches through the wilds. These offerings must be made at the moor. Makes things slightly less tedious by enabling you to gather in larger volumes with your enhanced skills, up to 3 products at a time. Gathering takes less time at its highest level. Okay, connecting that to the beachcomber is very smart. I like that a lot. And the same person made, for the Gardens, Beehive, and Gull Colony, you make offerings to the Beehive, in order to, once again, gather in larger volumes. Those I do really like. I'll probably, in a later run, add those as well. I do like the ones that actively try to participate in the lore. Yes, those are great. And the last one I think that I should talk about here before getting back to it is Visitor Preference Reminder. Simple mod that adds visitor preferences into their address aspects. So it just makes you not have to use the wiki when looking up what kind of food and drink visitors like. That's fine enough. I might add that at some point. But yeah, broadly speaking, I think that there's a lot of great stuff going on in the new modding community, like right off the bat. And I've seen evidence of much more in-depth modding. I want to talk here a little bit on the... Before modding was officially added, there was already someone working out the designs and art and stuff for a mod that they wanted to make that adds an entirely new aspect to the game, Silk. And they would post fairly regularly on the Book of Hours subreddit with different skills that use this new aspect. But notably, they haven't actually told us what the aspect represents yet. We just know that it's called Silk, and we have the descriptions of the skills that it's used in. But the actual meaning of the aspect is a bit of a mystery. And so that's been a fun little puzzler. So that's apparently going to be a thing sometime in the future, and it's... very excited about that. Anyway. Where were we? Oh yeah, we can do this now. Now people are going to add their own aspects, and I'd love to see what people think should be a fundamental power of the universe. Yeah. Alright. Hello, Dr. Blackwood. I am very interested in this theft at Oriflamme's. I hope I can rely on you to be discreet. My suspicion, candidly, is that Oriflamme's has invented and spread the story. I can't fathom why. I need to look into the provenance and manufacture of some of these so-called, fakes. Thank you. I have a meeting there next week with someone I think I can trust, and now I hope I have enough material for him to take me seriously. Hello, Daymare. Moth orchids. And let me check this out. If I bring nectar to a boil... Hello, dear. Only me, I'm afraid. Heist? Oriflammes? Poppycock. Forgeries? Poppycock. Bureau all over the place arresting everyone, though. Worse than Ortukio. Bloody pardon me, pain in my bloody pardon me, hinder parts pardon me. Okay. Bloody pardon me, pain in my bloody pardon me, hinder parts pardon me. I see. She's saying pardon me after every quote-unquote swear. Suppose if one happened to be the sort who happened to know anything about nyctodromy, or, you know, anything, might wonder about being locked up, might wonder what sort of information might, mislead the authorities. Not mislead, discourage, put off the scent. Not that there's a scent to put. This sort of thing. Safe side. Oh, okay, so she's totally the person who robbed Oriflammes. If it happened at all, right? Anyway, here's traveling at night. Thank you, dear. Cheered me up a bit. Bright side sort of thing. Pip pip. Now we can make a frith left. Oh god, this is gonna be so much easier now. And here's the orpiment. Fucking Hokabald. Dandelion wine! Hell yes, we can make this at home now. Alright, while all this is going on, should probably think about a salon. Oh, right, a bowl. Zachary? I don't like what they say happened. I don't like it at all. I can almost see what happened. What really, really happened. I just need a little more. Librarian. One door closes, another door opens. And another. Oh shit, that's the soft amber pumpkin. I just want the regular amber pumpkin. Wait, I can't. Okay, you can't do it with an amber pumpkin specifically, apparently. God, what can I do with an amber pumpkin then? I mean, I guess just amber pumpkin soup? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, regular pumpkin. For a regular pumpkin pie. There's the pale mommet. If I figured out what kind of person Collars was, he would find this very annoying. So I'm gonna do it. Princess Coquille. They gave me a tour of the vaults at Oriflamme's once, you know. I don't really believe anyone could have got in. Not without rather more excitement, not without rather more of a mess. But if it might turn out that if it were true, well, a girl might find herself curious about exactly how the thing might have been carried off. Oh, can't read Latin. In that case, you're gonna want traveling at night 1. I wonder, do you know, I think I might have just tripped over something rather smashing here. Thank you so very, darling, a very thank you. Let me actually do a little swapsies of something here. I'm back. My boss just did his job wrong. You know, it's funny. In all my years, I've never heard of a boss doing their job right, you know? That's not true. It's just mean to say. And Hokebald. Yes, this business at Oriflamme's. They admit nothing, but they have engaged me to make improvements to their vault. I have a great many thoughts on this vault matter, a great many. I have not yet resolved upon a particular course. I am here to make a preliminary survey of the relevant literature. I suppose that will have to do. Here, it is over-generous, but then I am an over-generous person. It may perhaps be my only remaining weakness. Ah, he's such an asshole. We know about a vault or two here at Hush House. Also, I wish Azita could break his arm again. Sadly, no. Okay. To start thinking about this, we have Heart, Moon, Nectar. Forge, Heart. Heart, Lantern, Moon. Forge, Grail, Heart, Scale, Edge. I love Party Snack in the salon room. Yeah! He's a good lad. Okay. Strathcoin, Bechet, Blackwood, Peel. Every time I see that snake, it seems so happy. Yeah! Should I invite a villager? Or should we grab a fifth person? If we did grab a fifth person, who would it be? It would be, with these four, I would want... possibly someone Lantern. Maybe, maybe Lieutenant Moore. Denzel or Lieutenant Moore? What do we think? Moore. Got it. Okay. He'll like the amber pumpkin soup. Just need a fifth dish of some sort. Or no, yeah. Or heck. Okay, so. Couple of things we'll need. I think we might still have some of that Dawn Lion coffee lying around. We're going to need 2 forge, 1 scale, 1 moon, and 1 lantern in terms of drinks. Let's see. What can each of those be? No lambic. Dandelion wine we can have for Lieutenant Moore. Armagnac d'Is for Dr. Peel. Roscragan whiskey for the Forge people. Strathcoin whiskey for Strathcoin. That should be good, yeah. Let's see. And here we go. Unlike some of the more chaotic things that have happened recently, basically everyone in this group knows how to behave. If you were an alien, would you keep the base pro shop pyramid? Or Bass Pro Shop pyramid. I don't think I would. I'm not a huge fan of it. Looks like this season's book is The High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor. Lovely. There we go. And the salon is ready. We're starting off with a sober tone and a Faust card. Arthur speaks of the light that supposedly dwelt in the wood before the coming of the gods from light. He suggests it might be the redder sun of the gods who were stone. Serena thinks it is simply fire, if we can ever say simply of the wood. Wait. Hold on, let me think about this. We gave the low red sun our blood. I suggested before that the low red sun was the sun at, sunrise and sunset, when you can see it on the horizon. Is the low red sun just fire? Is the entire thing with the unwise mortal just the Prometheus myth? Huh. That actually makes some things make sense. The whole give it our blood thing was always something that I wasn't entirely sure about with the idea of the low red sun, about like what that meant, but if the low red sun is just fire, then maybe giving it blood is a kind of a metaphor for the destructive nature of fire. Right, because nectar used to be called blood. And nectar is found in the heartbeat of the natural world in living things. So we fed the living to the fire, and it was kinder, i.e. we, cooked early things with it. Oh my god, the low red sun might just be fire. Olympe and Fraser discuss Asimel and Ashertine. Olympe confesses in a rush that she can never remember which is which. After an agonizing moment, Fraser shakes his head and admits, "No more can I." They grin at each other. The mayor and the U must have been very powerful then. What do you mean by that? I'm interested. Fraser is speaking to Arun of the changes he's been undergoing as his inner nature becomes more manifest. He speaks with obvious pride, but he's concerned that his body might have begun to produce a venom, and he's not sure what to do about it. Marin the Yew is the fire at the heart of the Watchman's Tree. Potential for fire enhancing our understanding of the world. Oh, yeah, that might work. It is true that fire is one of the most basic tools that we have. There's a reason that so many myths start with the creation of fire. Marin the Yew has also been a rather odd god from the wood/nowhere. Yeah. Like, okay. We think of the nowhere gods as being newer since most of them popped up in the wake of the Intercalate. But the Mare in the Yew is also explicitly a god of the wood, which is the primeval wood, the thing that existed before the Sun and Splendor descended. The very first part of the Mansis that ever existed. So yeah, she has to be pretty old, but also coming from nowhere. She was probably one of the first gods from nowhere. Which, okay, she's not a god from stone, explicitly. So she's not one of the things that really helped our ascent as a species under my thoughts about it. But yeah, the idea of the secrets found in fire. Mare specifically is the god from nowhere, and the Ringyu. I see. Right, it's a dual god situation. The Ringyu is the wood god, and the Mare is the god from nowhere. Right. Let me take a look into this. So a note here says that apparently the Ringyu specifically Their origin is unknown, but not a god from stone, and was once mortal and became an hour between the Lithamaki and the sacrifice of the Thunderskin. And one possibility is that she was a carapace cross originally. So maybe because honey is so heavily associated with the Ringyu, maybe, yeah, maybe this is kind of all the stuff that the carapace cross left behind. Yeah, the Ringyu is the only hour that meets with an hour from nowhere. All the stuff the carapace cross left behind, specifically the Blomberend kind, the bees, kind of coalesces into an hour. Which then would make sense why this happened after the Lithamaki, because it's in the wake of humanity's rise. More directly, I'm starting to read the carapace cross as it's insects here and not mammals like it was in real life. But the whole idea is the ways in which we as humans came from animals. We evolved from animalistic creatures, which was the hypothetical shearing was the changeover into intelligent beings. And some of that animalistic nature gets left behind in the Ringyu. They're all striped. Rings on trees and bees. Yeah. It's the lessons of the wood, being like the deeper knowledge and instinct of animals. And then the mare in the tree. What we know about that one is, aside from the fire aspects, a power from nowhere that longs to steal you away. And specifically, Aunt Mopsy is a servant of the mare. Yeah, gossip and seduction. I wonder if the mare in the tree could in some way represent the ways in which, the idea of going deep into the woods and getting lost forever. Disappearing into nature. She definitely is associated with nature because of the whole tree thing. So, maybe that's the idea, is that the Ringyu, the lessons and positives of nature, is the one that meets with the mare in the tree, the fear and danger of nature. Fire hurts, but think of what you could do with it. Yeah, exactly. All sorts of things. It's more directly the idea of this is useful but dangerous. And that repeats itself both in the low red sun that became the egg on hatching, that became the Watchman, and the mare. Serena and Olympe compare their experiences of King Crucible. Serena has summoned him on several occasions. Olympe has interviewed him, to Zarina's surprise. Even Crucible is increasingly inclined, it seems, to walk in human shape. Metal. Arthur and Fraser are discussing the Althaban Abyss near Baghdad. Fraser hopes the power that stirs there might be connected to the Carapace Cross, but Arthur firmly dissuades him. If once it was Cross, he says, it belongs to something else now. After a conversation with Arthur, Fraser was tempted to visit the Altheban Abyss, yeah. And back to Soberfrost. Olympe has been researching the Obliviates, their old places of power, their words of chaining. Serena is very interested in her findings. And there we have it. And once again, we have tons of lessons. Oh. What the heck was that? My stream just bugged out on my end briefly. That was weird. Huh. Must be just me. Alright, and solutions and separations. There we go. I love House of Light DLC so much. As far as gameplay goes, it's great too. A lot of setup for a burst of lore. Yeah, it's House of Light, I think, was really, really important for Book of Hours because it doesn't. There's only a couple systems that it adds, but those systems fill in so many gaps in the original game. There we go. And now, officially, all of my non-language skills are 6 or above, while all of my languages are 5 or below. Isn't it beautiful? Peak skill snack, yes. So that's for the other two that we've got. I guess we can start putting the 6s up to 7s if we want. Sacra Solis Invicti should be easy enough. One, two, three, four. Just 2 more. Letters to my successor. And the Book of Cinders. Mademoiselle Machitine. Her teeth are very white. It is hard to be sure, but they seem also to be pointed. Oh, Morgan. And as for Serpents and Venoms, Moon and Scale. Oh, Wolf Stories. Easy. Moon. Scale. Scale. Moon. scale. Is pumpkin soup. Make some dough. Set it for next time. I know there's 3 people I definitely want to invite to follow up on those stories. Let's see here. Arthur. Strathcoin. And Dr. Peel. Those 3 are definitely coming along to the next one. Who else? The ones left over from last time are Bechet and Blackwood. Yvette is an easy add because she basically eats anything. And what the heck, Douglas too. Let me check something. Yep, okay. And there's King's Luck Pie. You'll need 2 more things. Now, we have dishes that will satisfy basically everyone here. Oh, right, I can get grapes in spring. Nice. Grape salad. And what the heck. We'll use our other amber pumpkin. For soup. the Moors get the dandelion wine. Let's see. Peel, of course, will be having the Armagnac D's. Oh, there's a glass of it right here. Excellent. Wait, is anyone actually... I might be silly. Is anyone actually having the Rose Cregan? Lantern, anything, moon, scale. No, I'm a complete idiot. Fuck it. Yvette will be having the Rose Cregan. And I need to put in some orders. Strathcoin, Rose Cregan, and Armagnac. And while I'm at it, actually... This is the first time I've ever seen a 7-pound note in this game. Swirls and curlicues and solemn hues. Until recently, one could exchange banknotes for gold in the banks of the capital. A 7-pound note can still be exchanged for rarer metals in rarer places. And we should probably have one more dish of some variety. Probably about time for an egg. What's in this crate of supplies, anyway? Sorry, got distracted looking up Lygians and the keys they have. Echidna is also a member of the Lygia Club. It's said she holds the hissing key to the Savage Door. A true Britannian would never, though. I do remember that, yeah. You know, we occasionally hear those bells in the background, in the ambience. I wonder if those are the bells of Ys. It's more likely they're just the, these up here, but still. It's a saw. I see. I suppose we'll put it right back where it came from. Our Lady of Wires is named Marinette. Ah, that's clever. Someone's coming in for a consultation. Ah, Signor Corso. Why can I not get rid of these people? Corso can't read Latin. Okay, you do speak Sanskrit at least. Speaking an emotion, add Trist. Fraser would like to know what Douglas proposes to do about raw profits. Douglas doesn't plan to do anything about raw profits. Fraser would like to know then what the Bureau intends to do about raw profits. Douglas expresses his confusion. Fraser expresses his irritation. Douglas expresses his inability to do anything about raw profits. Both men agree that raw profits aren't the kind of thing you can really do anything about. God. That is a hell of a scene. Yvette and Arun revisit an innuendo-laced conversation about a possible entanglement between Vac and Hennevic. Each recites poetry in their language of preference. Before very long, they have drawn their chairs closer together so they can whisper the poetry in one another's ears. Hell yeah. Arun and Yvette will leave together tonight. Oh! Okay. I didn't know that could happen, but congratulations, you two. Yvette is asking Fraser about his dreams of eyes. He is eager to tell her. He interprets them as messages from the greater hybridity of the Carapace Cross, though she is skeptical. Core. Arthur and Arun are discussing which forbidden weapons should be permitted, and which weapons have been permitted too long. Arthur is concerned by rumors of Dawnbreaker experiments in Britain. Arun is bragging a little about his experiences with a terrible feather called the Imaloon Tectrix. Arun is concerned about the progress of a recent candidate for Lantern Longhood. He shares names and details with Douglas. Knife, noose, flame, word. I don't like it, but I don't like this aspirant either. Arun and Arthur are reminiscing about the city of Pune. Though Arun has not visited it, he confides, since the time of the Maratha Empire. One exile after another, the Pentament's fate. Exile is addictive. You'll learn that too. So the chandelier is some revolutionary flame and also sunsets Celia again. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. In terms of stuff to do with these lessons, I mean, I guess some nectar thing. I've got Rain and the Stone Stories lesson. If I go with Leaves and Thorns, I can use the Satisfaction memory as well. So that means 5 between Nectar and Grail. Yeah, that's doable. Let's see here. Skeleton Songs for Grail. Diratio Quercum for Nectar. Beekeeper's Ends for Nectar. 1, 2, 3. Queens of the Rivers for Grail. And there we go. That should get us everything we need. Yeah. All right, Leaves and Thorns. Stone Stories. Health. As for the other ones, got a lot of Moon, as usual. All of them are Moon in some capacity. Welp. One, two. Three. Curious Hunch 4. 5. Six. You know what? I'm gonna be really lazy because I don't want to deal with finding place for all of these, and Moon is as common as shit. So, what we're gonna do... Moon. Call me a desert the way I go be Descartes. Huh. Not sure I get that one. So what we're gonna do is take Inks of Containment and then just kind of do this. Oh, I need one more. Let me see. I love half-formed... Oh, my brain is just imagining conceptual comedic Barbies together. I love half-formed humor. I see. And... that is a level 9 Inks of Containment for absolutely no reason. Hey, a soft amber pumpkin! Hell yeah. That's got cuckoo honey in it, right? Or something similar? Hell yeah. Let's read Snare of the Tree. Snare of the Mare Who Lairs in Trees. Every timber has its knots, the straights and the crooked both. Every weave is more absence than thread. You can't keep nowhere out any more than you can keep somewhere in. Oh, almost forgot. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the wood we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. When the cuckoo learns the nightingale's song, our sleep is sweeter than honey. Ah, it's a confounding parable. And there we go. Finally, a decent use for sea holly. The disgraced oracle Damayon Azeniten sifts through the tall tales of Penelope of Gordian, the work of the court poet Kale, and the forbidden fragments of the work of the adept Arethres, identifying common themes. Ah, it's a gossip book. Damayon insists that the Hours, far more than mortals, are subject to their passions, to hatred, and even to love. The seasons of famine and plenty, the turn of the earth, the transformations of the furnace, all these are only the results of the enactment of the lesser passions of the Hours. Damayon suggests that the Hours have constrained their rivalry to avoid a war within the House of the Sun. He identifies the fear of the crime of the sky as the reason that Hours do not satisfy other passions. He speculates on the horrifying possibility of Hours turned Alucite. What, then, would they devour? those all have Grail. So now... Oh, right. Keep forgetting. Okay. I'll need a moth. Oh, wait, I'm so stupid. Clouds. And now Resurgences and Emergences is at level 9. Okay. Oh, I need cake batter. Right. Well, at least that's easy enough. And we are all set up for the autumn salon. There we go. And now we can pretty much fast forward to autumn. I'm going to take a stretch because I need it. The Affair of the Open Reverend. I think that's one of the ones we were looking for. Yeah. Yeah, Open Reverend is the one that will get Douglas where he needs to be. In a highly specialized clinic in an obscure corner of the capital, specialists study the ecstatic agonies of the case known only as the Open Reverend. who once was the vicar of the parish of St. Agnes Forestreet. The blessings of St. Agnes of the Fires and St. Agnes of the Shears are ungentle, but St. Agnes of the Threshold may be her cruelest aspect. Interesting. So this is definitely the priest from Cultist Simulator. And we know that, like, whatever is left of him now in this history is, well, what he actually is. The intelligence behind him fled to the Fifth History and became one of the Hooded Princes. But in this history, his body is left as effectively a door that allows people to ascend to the Mansus through Nock. Okay. There are many of us, you know, who have what you might call unhealed wounds, and many of us would not choose to heal them. I would understand what has happened to this OR so that I can understand what he might want to happen to him. Interesting. Well, here's a book on Apollo and Marsyas. This is not a matter for me, I think. The power I serve is not gentle. He has lost his skin, and he accepts the gifts of others' flayings. But there is a crueler hour at work here. I will withdraw. Thank you, librarian. Inject Gaiety with a core card. Fraser complains to Douglas about break-ins. Douglas unsympathetically suggests that Fraser might want to keep less contraband on the premises then. Whist. Strathcoin is fun to break into, yeah. Yvette and Douglas discuss stimflings, which Douglas calls the Dove Hour's mistake, and Yvette prefers to think of as a blessed memory of a redder sun age. Yvette and Fraser discuss his further dreams of eyes and his theories about the entry of the Schema Effectra kind and the Thrytige kind to human flesh. Yvette wonders aloud whether he has ever considered that most, perhaps all of the dreams arise from his own frustrated desire for fatherhood. In a fit of temper, he snatches off the glove on his changed hand and displays its glossy, altered angles to her. For a moment, there is silence at the table. I'm sorry, Yvette. I love you, but you kind of deserved that one. That is notable that the change that Strathcoin's going through is specifically happening on his hand, and that's why he has the glove. She really tried to Freud him. And this is where the librarian cuts in with, say something witty. Well, that took a lot of courage. Let's all give Mr. Strathcoin a big hand. Fraser thanks Aaron warmly for the advice that Aaron gave him last time about the development of one's venom glands. They chat wryly about the difficulties of expressing venom and the effects of diet on its potency. Well, actually, I want to check something, because I bet that those Carapace Cross kind names have, like, meanings in other languages, and I want to see what kinds there are. Thrytige kind, the 30, possess numerous eyes. Glitterfloge kind, glitterflyer kind, bright-winged, dark-winged. Seglaz kind, sail kind is an aquatic form. Wisdom and complex teeth. Numerous mouths across their bodies. Sickle-formed pseudocrustacea. Schema Effectra kind are known as the glory-winged. Blomberend kind, flower-bearer, are associated with bees. Wormphota kind, great worm or warm worm, are the dragons. So Seglaz kind are some kind of crustacean. Thrytige kind are many-eyed. I wonder which one is causing the venom glands that Fraser's getting. I'm guessing that would be the Thrytige kind, because I wonder if that's meant to be somewhat... Or no, spiders aren't insects, though. I don't know. I think that the Wormphota kind, the dragons, are probably related to dragonflies. The Blomberend kind are definitely bees. Schema Effectra kind, the Glory-winged, I'm guessing have to do with moths, specifically. I don't know. It's all complicated. Snack behavior, yeah. Trist. Douglas has tracked down the long in the making of whom Arun warned him last time. Arun congratulates him. Douglas describes with distaste the empty eyes of his target's victims. Strathcoin thinks he is the Schema Effectra kind because of Glitterhand McGee. Yeah, he thinks he's Schema Effectra, but he also brings up the Thrytige kind. So both the Glory-Winged and the 30-Eyed are things that he's interested in, and he keeps getting dreams of eyes specifically, so that's probably why he's worried about them. And Trist. Yvette and Douglas discuss those among the dead that they have both met. Yvette speaks of mouthless, pleading shadows, moving as if underwater on the threshold before sleep. Douglas speaks of gash-mouthed shatter things that tried to pull me head off. I love you, Douglas. All right. Open Reverend. We are going to need... Douglas, Feckery, Schaller, Southie, Wakefield. That was one of my genuinely worst jokes. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's, I'm just gonna let the YouTube audience read that, because I'm not saying that out loud. I'm sorry. I can't defend you on this one, Pace. Right. Yvette. Fekri Schaller Wakefield. Okay. Oh, beans. Okay, not Sand Stories, then. We'll go with Desires and Dissolutions. Oh, I could have used the Enduring Reflection. I'm dumb. Oh, well. Do you think if you... Have you looked at the further stories in the skill tree in a while? Haven't looked recently, but I'm pretty sure I know most of the stuff that's there. I'll check again in a moment. Do you think if you absorbed a recent version of yourself, do you gain nothing since that version of you no longer exists, but it doesn't affect you because you absorbed her? Or is it more of a U factorial kind of situation where you gain power exponentially? I think it's closer to the first one. There has to be a difference between two versions of yourself in order to make a genuine change happen. So yeah, here's the setup. We have Glory-Winged Woman is done. Grunwald Rebirth is done. Invisible Opera is done. Guest's Gift is done. That's the Endless Guest. Rising Wile, we could talk to Connie. other horizon, we could talk to someone. Oriflamme Heist is here. Particular Mystique is here. Forgivable Debt is still here. Messenger's Casket is done. Abacassis is done. Royal Endeavor is done. Eyeless and Loyal. Medusa's Riddle. Most of them we've done. Snake Om Nom Nom to the events. Yeah. So, looking at it, actually. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3... We've got, like, 6 dimmed ones. So technically a ripple effect kind of thing, where until you finally absorb that one version of you, then depending on what version of you it is in the past future, then you'd be weaker up to the point of whichever past version of you was absorbed. Possibly? I mean, I'm not sure about the rule of absorbing someone gives you their power in this context. I'm working from the context of, I have my own, like, books that I'm writing. I have my own, like, little personal universe. And one of the central mechanics of the universe that... A lot of it's related to time travel, because I love time travel. And, like, the really complicated multiverse-type time travel, specifically. You know how in a lot of stories there's that whole thing where if you, like, see or touch or whatever an alternate version of yourself, then you both, like, explode or something? The way I have it is that there's a concept called eidetic resonance, where if you touch someone who is identical to you in terms of your base concept, this works with both, like, genetic clones and also other versions of yourself throughout time. Then when you touch each other, you actually see each other's memories. And the intensity of the experience is based on how different the two of you actually are. Where, essentially, the more different, the more memories you see, because effectively it's the two versions of you synchronizing your shared memory pool. So that's the idea that I'm basing it on. I'm considering how to handle the Oriflamme heist. Because apparently you can get a package from Oriflammes out of it, but I don't know what's in the package. So I don't know if it's better to... Like, if it's a book, then I want to go with Oriflammes. But if it's just money, then I want to go with the other option. You wouldn't happen to know, would you, Base? Three books? Oh, I am so ratting out Daymare. Let's see. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and ask Coquille about this. Or should I ask Bichet? I don't think it matters exactly who I ask. Who do we want Daymare to be cross with? Whoever it is, put them in a salon together. Yeah, I think I'll go with Coquille. It's funnier. Alright, O.R. I knew he was troubled. He was a patient of mine before what happened to him. Whatever exactly that is. I'm a novice in these matters, but I am coming to realize that most of us are novices most of the time. So I hope you have something suitable in your collection. Right. Well... I've already shown you 5 letters on memory. You can read Latin. Those indignities perpetuated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviates. I can't imagine how anyone might begin to heal his flesh, but if he decides that he wants to speak with me, I have some inkling now of what I might need to understand. Thank you. When I was Secretary Salvant, my first duty was to allay suffering. Now it is only my first inclination. They always think that all of us know everything, that a Lantern-Long understands Dwendrazones, a Laybite understands hill children, but all of us are a mystery to all of us, and this one is a mystery to me. Apollo and Marcius should help. I fear this OR has invited the attentions of the Mother of Ants. If so, there is little I can do for him. But I can try. Thank you, Librarian. Oh yes, I can tell you what you need to know, but I always pay you for your help, don't I, Librarian? Surely you won't mind paying for mine. Oh, okay. I mean, I gave you a silver Spintria, but if you want specifically bronze, I guess I can go get that changed. Denzel. Alright, tomorrow. The poor soul used to be my friend. I'm not sure what he is now. I am a gardener before I am a priest, and a priest before I am a healer. I know my limits. Perhaps you can help. Well, I've been showing people Apollo and Marcius. Oh, wait, no, you need more than that. Let's see. Heart 6. You can speak Sanskrit. Everyone chooses their path, but I fear that my friend may have chosen to be a path. Well, if so, I will not walk him, but I know enough now to understand what he might want. Thank you, librarian. Yep, I remember being that guy. I know exactly what he wants. This is, in fact, his desired end game. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me just, He likes being stepped on! No! Don't say that! Yeah, that's probably true. This was a treasure stored by the doomed child of two immortals, seeking sanctuary at Hush House from the terrible hunger of their parents. What bright treasure? Oh, that reminds me, actually. 1 second.
I feel for the bloke, I do, but he's not just a bloke anymore. Open. Is he just, opened up? Or is he likely to be opening on to something else? Here's Apollo and Marcius. Thought so. OR is a walking oniric hazard. Well, not walking, poor bloke. Going to have to recommend something pretty permanent. Thanks, librarian. Iotic essence. Nice. Normally I would put that down where I found it, but honestly, I might use it right away. And Zachary. If one has chosen to be opened, why would one wish to be closed? The priest has received the grace of gates. I will learn here what may pass through that gate. Here are the 5 letters on memory. The priest will open only outwards, a disappointing mode, but at least his suffering need not be drawn out any longer. Think about it for a moment, darling. Someone who's a gifted nyctodromist, someone who knows some of these items because they used to be her family treasures, someone who's been selling off her family treasures because they've fallen on hard times. Grafin Friederike Dagmar Sophia Theresia Elena Benigna von Nagelsberg. The perpetrator of the Oriflamme heist was Dagmar von Nagelsberg. I could inform on her to Oriflammes, probably for a reward. I could promise her my silence, winning her loyalty to the Institute, or I could forget the matter. Right, I see how it works. Apparently you can talk to her about Ys, Nowhere, or the Chandler, which I think gives her the fear aspect of whatever it is that you mention. Right. So basically, you can tell her to be against whatever it is you want her to be against. Uh, as long as it's not as long as it's one of those three things. Apparently, the Reckoners and the Carapace Cross are not valid. It's just Ys, Nowhere, and the Chandler. The lines here are very funny. Always thought things under the Mantis should stay under the Mantis. Count on me to help keep him there. Count on me to help keep Ys at bay if it needs keeping. And for the Chandler, never really understood what the Chandler's supposed to be, but if it ends up being anything, count on me to, count on me. But no, we are absolutely going to rat her out. A catalogue of uncharted pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Hello, Daymare. So, we have to talk about something. Confront and expose Dagmar. Oh, balls! Can't blame you, Libsy. Took my chance and muffed it, didn't I? Sick to death of eating out of tins, but couldn't bear to see the things go to the wrong homes. Who was it shocked me? That little drab Coquille? That oik Hokebald? No, don't tell me. I shall waste time getting very cross with them. Well, here we are. One must take one's lumps. The perpetrator of the Oriflame heist was Dagmar von Nagelsberg, and now that Oriflames knows this, she'll be in trouble. I forgot that Hokebald was an option. I probably should have used him so that Daymare would be mad at him. But, oh well. This is still funny. Ah, I see. I actually want to let this one expire. Alright, so here's where I get really funny. Are you ready for this, base? Check this out. I've got Coquille and Dagmar staying at Hush House for a while, sleeping in adjacent rooms. I am the best librarian. Okay. Here's the thing. What I'm basically doing, right, is... Here's a catalog of uncharted pleasures. Oh, right. Where should I put these? I've been collecting inks of, been collecting the great inks. And I'm gonna use them to basically just make an absolute nonsense pile of incidents. Let's see. Where was it? What was I doing? Oh, right, this. Yeah, it goes here. Or no, not there. Not there. Explicitly not there. Up here. There we go. And while I'm at it, what else can I do? Aaron, Azita, and Connie are all available. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see here. We're inviting over Azita. Package from Oriflammes. I had divulged what I learnt about Dagmar's part in the Oriflamme heist. Now Oriflamme's auction house has sent me a token of their gratitude. Ah, 3 uncatalogued books. Lovely. Alright, what's this one? A Solar Gothic. Also, Azita. I knocked some heads and learnt some truths, a way to pervert the Madrigad's tally and win extra years of life. Farther west, they're calling it the Wangle now, because English is not a dignified language. No matter. A very profitable trick if one can learn to work it. It's a matter of scars, I think, and a business of bones. Do you have anything on disciplines of the scar? Or on, bear with me, the Madrigad's presence in the bones of the living and the dead? I believe I do. De moto corporum vetitorum. Who up straight wangling their Madrigat? Who up wangling they Madrigat? I need to get some water. I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm sorry, I've been laughing about string wangling de Madrigal this entire time. I don't know why it gets me that bad. It's really stupid, it shouldn't get me that bad, but it does. Okay. Here's DMC5, Azita. Oh, Christian parents know what wangling really means. We got commandments for the preservation of all that exists. And a baronial period. The Sea Does Not Regret. Hey, it's one of Aeson's books. I need a 90s style anti-wangling PSA. I need to tell someone, you know, a small trigger warning for discussion of essentially suicide, but I need to discuss the most unhinged, like, drug PSA I've ever seen. There was one that I don't remember what the context was. It was really short. It was like, the idea was, you know, oh, marijuana kills. And they had, like, two guys who were clearly fucking high. And one of them was holding a nail gun. And he was like, it kind of pointed it at himself and is like, this is my dad's nail gun. The asshole never keeps it loaded. And then he pulls the trigger, and then we get a smash cut to black with marijuana kills. And it's just like the most contrived fucking scenario you've ever heard. And the crossing to noon. That's what I do on marijuana. Get out the construction equipment. Yeah. Bones are the key. I think the Elegius Long already knew it, and it almost makes sense of something I read long ago, that stars are the bones of suns. But there my understanding reaches its limits. I don't know how the trick works, but now I know how to work it. Thank you. Here's something for your trouble. Sympathy Reckoners. Agenda Autarky. And we get a gold Spintria, an Inkling, and a year tally. Neat. A profitable Wangle. Well, I guess put the year tally with all the other fucking year tallies I have. The sea does not regret the tide, Fekri. Oh, wait. Aeson Fekri, one-time Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle, responsible for the Curia's healing efforts, writes of his experiences in Brankrug and hints at his travels elsewhere. Hi, Miss Streamer. How goes it? I actually just refilled on water. Nice. I will long stack momentarily. It's going great. I was sent into an absolutely unstoppable laughing fit after the method to get more years of life from the Madrigad, the god in charge of that in this setting, turns out to be called the Wangle, and Base for Beans comes in with who up straight wangling their Madrigad. Most of the laughing fit was off screen because I went to get more water. Who up wangling they Madrigad. I'm gonna long snake. Long snake. Ah, stretch. Me. Wangle. I am a complete dumbass. That was one of the books I was actually trying to read. Fekri is a keen fisherman and speaks glowingly of the fish suppers of Brankrug. He also admits that his enthusiasm for the bounty of the sea has altered him, that before he came to Brankrug he consumed only those things found in the earth. I was the greater thereby, but all of us give up what we were to become what we are. Ah, right. Victory of Crowns. That works. Okay. It's going to be Azita, Daymare, Coquille, and then Arthur Moore and Strathcoin. Which means... what do we need? Let's see. Strathcoin obviously wants something with scale. That's not too hard to do. That's usually in the main course. Azita, of course, likes Edge. Arthur likes Lantern. We can use one of the... we can probably use that Amber Pumpkin Soup for that one. Dagmar wants Knock. And Coquille wants Grail. Okay. Hopefully, we can get a main course that covers basically most of that. If we go with marinated roast beef, we get Edge, Grail, and Scale. So, that's a very strong one. Ah, but jugged pheasant also works. One isn't really better or worse than the other, though. I think I have slightly more beef. And more importantly, I definitely have more butter. Alrighty. Amber Pumpkin Soup for the Lantern. Now we just need something that has Knock. Agolophatus Souffle. Good lord, Agolophatus Souffle is just so useful. Oh, we are out of flour. And probably close to out of milk. Right, new orders of stuff. Alrighty. We should be pretty much good to finish setting up this new salon. We have something for just about everyone. Arthur. Strathcoin. There we go. And we'll just finish things up here. Grape salad is one of our go-to space fillers. And what the heck, almonds. All right, now. We do, in fact, have yeah, I'll just grab some extra dandelion wine since we can now make it ourselves. That'll be simple enough. Strathcoin, of course, always gets something from his own personal stash. There's Strathcoin, Arthur. Schloss Jannings should be good for Azita. And, of course, Domaine Raveline for Coquille. Which leaves Daymare. Knock alcohol. We could just give Second Flush a Psalm. So anything alcoholic. Oh, right, serpent milk exists. Right. You'll want an edge book. I've already shown you Sun's Lament. So how about De Oris? You don't speak Latin. The Victory of Crowns, then. Right, we're gonna want Douglas for the Open Reverend. So I will take care of that also. And there we go. Meanwhile, for the Open Reverend, where would that be? Ah, here it is. Douglas. Just to make sure. He's been a bit harder to close than we expected. We never worked out exactly what had happened to him, Not any knock hour or knock name you've ever heard of, certainly, so we never knew exactly what to do about it. This is all a bit beyond me, but I'll do my best. Got anything on sharps or sand stories? Alright, let's see what we got. Well, first off, you're probably gonna need to stay somewhere in the meantime. What beds are you okay in? Ah, there you are. I know that there was some paper around here somewhere. There you are. Oh, it wants an ink with rose aspect. Okay. Shoot. Which inks have rose? Ah, Asimel does. Sand stories. Written in Asimel. Bleh. Water went down the wrong way. Right. Whist. Coquille and Fraser discuss the great hooded princes and princesses transition between histories. He asks whether there were Carapace Cross still active in the Fifth History, but she will not answer him. god, Strathcoin, you have a one-track mind! Everything's about the damn Carapace Cross with you. Fraser had, it seemed, ignored Arthur's warnings about the Altheban Abyss and had traveled there hoping to find a great remnant of the Carapace Cross, perhaps even a lost dragon. Just as Arthur warned him, he found something hatched and grown in a decaying tendril of the Seven Coils, something that had acquired the worm nature. I had known it was possible for the cross to turn, he laments, but I had hoped never to see it. Yeah, Strathcoin's a one-note party animal. The mod with Haddington better be fun. So cross worms are dragons. Is there a dragon in the abyss? Maybe. Well, the thing is, I think that there's just a type of cross that is a dragon. It doesn't necessarily have to be a worm, but in this case, we had some... Yeah, they're dragging these are something more similar to an earthquake now. Probably an earthquake? I don't know. Dagmar and Coquille's conversation about the great signs and the great scars is repeatedly disrupted by Dagmar's attempts to introduce Coquille to a very nice Margrave. Okay, hold on. Medieval German noble ranking equivalent to a Marquess. So, Dagmar is attempting to get Coquille to get married. So this is the form of revenge that she's chosen, is overbearing aunt. Breath is the temptation of the soul. Azita and Coquille are discussing the ways in which beauty can be absorbed through the lungs, and Azita is angling for a connection to Coquille's friend Giorgio, the cigarette smuggler. Vengeance will be Dagmar's, by marriage! Zeta wanted an introduction to Coquille's friend Giorgio. Dagmar and Arthur toast past glories and count the wars where their shifting nationalities have put them on opposite sides. Dagmar and Arthur discuss transinhabitation, the means by which a lantern-long and similar amounts as entities may manifest in mirrors and light. Dagmar deprecates the term scrying, which she considers cheap. A lively meal concludes. Alrighty. All right, Douglas. The open referend has not been blessed by any servant of the Mother of Ants or the Horned Axe. What then has changed him? Douglas and Aeson are both investigating. Here's my thoughts on sand stories, Douglas. Hopefully that helps out. Oh no. Oh, I fucked up again. Okay. Okay. Can I save it? But right, Euphanies wants sky. Snow has sky. Oh, thank God. Whew. Ah, bugger. It's a rising spider thing. Here, I've written out the notes. You might be able to make more sense of it. I've tried to send it upstairs, but they're not having it. Could you have a word with CMO Lee? Explain it's serious? Use librarian words? Has Anna ever done the wangle? Anna's long-lived enough that she doesn't really have to. It's in the crafting. Wait, what? Do you mean have I ever crafted a year tally? I think I have, yeah. One second. Well, we can keep going with Douglas. Oh lord, this is above my level really, but I'll do what I can. Anything you got in this unpronounceable excellency? Or if they want me to sort it out, I'll need something really heavy on quenchings and quellings or wolf stories. I actually do just happen to have a massive manuscript on quenchings and quellings that would be workable here. But I also happen to have what you're actually looking for, something on the excellency, Nathobasis. Ogkor, Ogor, Tisilak, Ogkor. So that's on the bottom pattern shelf. The Open Reverend is becoming a strand of the Excellency Nathobasis, a name of one of the gods from nowhere. The Suppression Bureau must intervene. Oh, yikes. Okay. What the heck is up with Nathobasis? Oh, it's the Rising Spider. Of course it is. time of division. Whew. I'll just say right now, I think we are actually extremely close to being able to finish out this game in the way that we wanted. One, two. Should need 5 more. Three. 4. 5 with a curious hunch, and then we can six and 7. Level 8 herbs and infusions. Right. Door and wall. You know, the records say we asked for restrict on this one back when the Bureau was more involved with house cataloging, and Blackwood wouldn't have it, said the author was long gone, nothing to worry about. Give her a clip round the ear from me next time you see her. Anyway, that did the job, thank you. Strands rolled up, skin pinned down, safely cremated the poor old bugger. And Douglas is now inspired, has fear nowhere and a secrecy agenda, which shouldn't get in the way of what we're trying to do. The Open Reverend has been permanently settled, and the Excellency Nathabasis has been denied an entry point to the wake. We're not going to do anything complicated with Douglas, just let him expire for now. Nathabasis is a cool little beetle boy, though. So now that we've done that, the only thing we have left to do is Dr. Peel with the affair of the dappled rose. I do, Dr. Peel. Yeah, true. Now, here's my plan. So, using Inklings to try and get more incidents to happen doesn't actually work out all that well, as we found out last time. Because, well, yeah, you can get double the incidents going at once. They expire one by one, so you end up basically just front-loading yourself. So, let's take stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 incidents left on the docket. Oh, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 incidents. Didn't notice this one all the way over here. We can make, at the moment, 4 avenues of inquiry. Let's say we can get a couple more. The ideal would be to be able to get 4 more, but I don't think we have access to that easily. Not without sacrificing people. We could do the Invisible Opera. And the Rising Wile. I think those ones are freebies. Meanwhile, the Particular Mystique and the Other Horizon are both cases where, as well as Abacassus, I believe have the capability of sacrificing Yvette and Zachary. But no, yeah, this should still be good. Okay. So the plan is basically, in order to do this properly, we are going to plunge the occult world into absolute and utter chaos. We're going to do like 6 avenues of inquiry in a row. And hope that somewhere in those avenues we get the affair of the Dappled Rose. What do you think? How's the plan? Because I think at this point, the number of remaining incidents is small enough that between the 4 avenues of inquiry we have, the incident that's going to happen the moment that we hit spring, and what the inklings that finishing things up in the massive fucking dump of events that we get. Between all of those things, I'm pretty sure that we can manage to get every single incident in the game. And that should give us the Dappled Rose. But first, let's see what we can do for Invisible Opera. Okay, so for Invisible Opera, we want to grab Olympe. And for the other one, Connie. So let's grab those 2. Alright, Connie. Rising Wile. The Rising Wile has given me my own oracle now. I don't like it much better than the other one. It is in the gift of the youngest oculet that the monster mother keeps the jewel of Ys from the pale mother. Echidna is the mother of monsters, I know that. The youngest constable oculet, excuse my blushes, is me. But the rest is just so much crossword puzzle. I really don't know where to start, but something here reminds me of Brankrug, so I hope you might have an idea.
Okay.
It is in the gift of the youngest oculet that the monster mother keeps the jewel of Ys from the pale mother. So the monster mother is definitely Echidna. The pale mother is probably another one of the Lygians. No, wait. Oh, no, yeah, hold on. That makes sense. It's, Rowena. So we need anything on Rowena. Which means we can pretty much get... we have a ton on Rowena. And more specifically, we have a ton on Ava. I think what you probably want is to a pale lady. Or let me see, what actually... Oh, wow, a lot of these work. 3 flowers hath the tree. Okay, I think that the one that actually gives us the most information here is a pale lady and a prince of wines. Olimpe's friend was the impresario of the Invisible Opera. She had hoped to help him succeed in the daunting task of staging a performance. Did she? Yes, librarian, and thank you. Perhaps it was your advice that made all the difference. Everything fails until it succeeds. A very history sentiment, isn't it? And now there is something else from history. The moth is moving against Calyptra, and I believe he has allies. His first move is a matter of flowers, black and white flowers in the dreams of the audience. The performance of the Invisible Opera in Venice was successfully completed with no known fatalities, a historical first. Even the notices were not uniformly terrible, despite the lighting difficulties that plunged the third act into darkness. But a handful of audience members are haunted now by dreams of black and white flowers, whose perfume follows them into the waking world. Olympe dares to distract the Madrigal from the moth's ploy in Venice. I've always been intrigued by the stories of the Winter Tower here at Brandkrog Librarian. I know it sounds irrelevant, but bear with me. Stories of the Winter Tower. Apparently that's Annals of St. Brandon's. Against Vitruvius. Ah! I am being watered and stretched. Thank you, Lilin. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Long snake. Cute. Thank you. Against Vitruvius. Well, I don't know if I have that one. It would be in the pattern books if I had it. I don't believe I do, but I do have the Annals of St. Brandon's, which also works. Alright, let's see here. I've put some pieces together. Eva de Wolf was a many times great-granddaughter of Rowena of Ys and of Kelemdu the Wolf. Yvette, we suspect, is a daughter of Eva's line, descended both from Ys and from the de Wolfs. Ys always wanted such an heir, and they want her preserved, but though at the time of this daughter's birth, it seems, only one of Rowena or her consort was long, later the other also attained that state. So Rowena is plagued by the urge to devour her descendants. A great many questions unanswered there, librarian, but I know the decision I have to make. Okay. So oh heck, I accidentally left it running at 6 times speed. Interesting. So this does confirm that even if you have a thing going on between... Basically, the way that the Crime of the Sky works is even if you have a Long that sleeps with a mortal, if that mortal eventually becomes Long, then the hunger will come around. So the timing does not matter. Notably, that does mean that if you had a case like this and someone were to unlong themselves somehow, it would probably also work in the opposite direction. It is prophesied that if Rowena meets Yvette, the Easttool, Rowena will devour her, but that if Connie brings Yvette to Echidna, Echidna would keep Yvette safe. Ys would prefer the latter. Is it better to risk Yvette's meeting her ancestor someday, or to take Yvette's freedom and risk the advancement of Ys's schemes? Lady Edith, my instinct here is to not do this. Defy the Oracle. Did Sunset Celia... Oh, about to watch on my computer. Did Sunset Celia un-hour/name herself to not eat that king's kids? Probably. Yeah, that would make sense. Like, maybe that was the entire point of the intercalate. Right. Lady Edith, my chief's chief, has assessed the Oracle positively. Officially, the Bureau can have no position on the matter, but this is a very clear signal. I'm wrestling with it all. Do you have anything on, fate? Or perhaps the paths of the stars? Or anoscopy? Alright. I think I do have something on fate. Specifically, I have a book. So, the librarian... Okay, I gotta roleplay this out. MCO Lee. It's not a book on fate you need. What you're looking for is a loophole. And it just so happens that I have something on loopholes. Oh, also, the Madrigal is a power of balance, librarian. When the balance is disturbed, she restores it. But she cannot always restore it right away. And sometimes, as with the Winter Tower, the balance is righted in an unexpected way. I'm taking that lesson to Venice. Sympathy Reckoners and Agenda Revelation. A fragile arrangement with the Merchants of Years has loosened Calyptra's grip a little. Aha. Okay. That's a problem. I need to do this fast. Oh no. No, do I need paper? Oh god. Please tell me I can use this. Yes! Yes, I can! The Affair of the Friar's Tapestry. It's not quite what I wanted to do, and it does mean that we won't be able to get one extra thing that I was waiting for. I really should have done this later, but at the very least, it means that I won't lose that one. General Numa consultation with Professor Rowena Hengerst. I'm here, probably. You are interested in Grail and Winter. You can't read Sanskrit, apparently. Here you go. Collected Proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. As usual, I'll just put metal in the sweet bones. I'll also take a moment to grab some Agalophidus. Mist-kissed water. I don't know Ys, but I do know the Lygians, and now I know a little more about the gaps in fate. I'll yet Yvette find what loopholes she can, and Lady Edith can go hang. Good on you, Connie. Echidna will not become Yvette's keeper. Rowena is now Yvette's problem. We should probably let her know about this. Is there anything else I want to do this Numa? I'm not particularly interested in doing anything skills-wise. So probably I'm just going to gather a little. Suppose there's no reason to not do this. Hey, Cuckoo Honey! So this might be a slightly silly thing to do, but I think I am going to just read how the end will begin. Oh, I should actually do that at the very end of Numa. Yeah, that's much better. A Scaptodon Fang. Oh, and Contraband Flotsam. Lovely. Alright, and now... we go to the Vagabond desk. How the end will begin. Vac. Disciplines of the Scar. A Forbidden Epic. And we managed to use the most important thing that we got from all that. Whew. Thank God, for once a relatively not completely stressful Numa. Okay. Now... it's time to just go all in. From now until when we end the game, there's probably not going to be a point where there isn't an incident happening, because we're about to go pretty hog wild on this. Alright. Oh, right, I have to do this first. So, Friar's Tapestry. A tapestry has been stolen from the Haustorium that depicts details of a very old rite indeed. One that may only be performed at Gladwin Lake when the moon is ripe. Exactly what it might renew is unclear, but almost inevitably someone will try it anyway. Hey, Strathcoin whiskey. Nice. Oh, we can't do avenues of inquiry at the Pale Desk because Solomon wouldn't approve. The Affair of the God in the Wood. That's not the one we want. A fattish health camp has attracted... the Lyterian. A fattish health camp in the Black Forest has attracted attention after many of its clients seem to have developed sudden, sometimes upsetting artistic abilities.
Hi, hi.
Oh, hello, Aurora.
Dang it, I gotta adjust my audio again. Because I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Hello, Aurora.
It's my audio.
Ah,
I know that because I have this plugged into my controller. I have no idea if you can hear me properly.
I can hear you just fine.
Alright, I should be able to hear you.
Yay!
Alright, yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I'm going to be streaming some War Thunder.
Oh, lovely. I like the God in the Wood. It's good for the soul.
Oh yeah, I forgot that my computer crashed. I should probably make sure OBS Studio is good since power blinked and shut my computer down. Safe mode. And then check to make sure everything's good. Alright, I can see you. Yeah.
The Sandalwood Saint. Uh-oh. Come on. Give me Rising Wile. Okay. Oh, heck. Keep forgetting, can't use the Pale Desk. Solomon does not like that I'm doing this. I do like that you can keep using the same Nivene parchment. That's fun.
Nice. How's Book of Hours been going?
I am attempting a really insane gambit that's probably going to fuck up the world a little bit. in order to get what I need faster.
Oh?
Okay, so basically I technically have the power to slightly rewrite history. I'm only supposed to use this for important things, but I want events to happen, and a specific event to happen, so that a character I like can join my, my general organization of occult nonsense. So in order to get that incident to happen faster, I am writing incidents into the world willy-nilly and making a whole bunch of stuff start happening all at once in the occult community.
So you're playing God to talk to your crush, essentially.
Yes, that's exactly it. Just to save some time.
Cute.
Dappled Rose! There we go! We got it. That's the one we wanted. Ah,
Seems I'm a good luck pup.
yeah. And oh my goodness, how perfect. The first character we get is straight up the character, the exact character I wanted here, Dr. Peel.
Ooh, nice.
I mean, he came for the Friar's Tapestry, not the Dappled Rose, but that doesn't matter. We could talk to him about the Dappled Rose instead. And we also just got a achievement for Sandalwood Saint. An odd little image in a church in Strass... So, here's all the shit that's going on right now. So, a tapestry has been stolen from the Haustorium that depicts details of a very old rite indeed, one that may only be performed at Gladwin Lake when the moon is ripe. Exactly what it might renew is unclear, but almost inevitably someone will try it anyway. An odd little image in a church in Strasbourg has become a locus for wild claims of healing and haunting. When it comes to the attention of the church hierarchy, they'll rule it miraculous or heretical, unless someone takes a hand before then. The Literian, a faddish health camp in the Black Forest, has attracted attention after many of its clients seem to have developed sudden, sometimes upsetting artistic abilities. And finally, in the hissing wastes of sand where once stood a city called Maya, another man has died, but he almost made it out. He made it far enough that a goatherd found him, raving to the end about gardens with a flower crushed in his hand. That's the one we wanted. Okay. I'll keep the last avenue of inquiry for now.
So, Dappled Rose. We'll need to chat with Madame Bichet, Lalahaima, Dagmar, and Dr. Aladdin for that one. So, first things first. Hello, Dr. Peel. I wonder how many of us tell you the truth. I wonder if any of us do. I wonder if you are ever tempted to stuff our eyes with nonsense. I'm sorry, this is unhelpful of me. Let's talk about petals. Petals, a friend used to say, are the skin of flowers, and flowers are the hair of a plant. I wonder what it means, this dappled rose. I'd like to look in your collection. Right, a moth book. You want moth 4. You don't usually come to me for moth, Dr. Peel. It's normally moon with you. But let's see what I've got for moth. You've already read the 6 letters on necessity.
You probably want the Shaven Lock Tantra. I think, librarian, we may be approaching a turn in history when flowers seek moths, and not so much the other way around. I'm sorry, it's very hard for me not to speak in riddles. Let me try this. Be very careful when the time comes to stand beneath the tree. The choice is always yours. Alrighty. Now... One thing to note is that if we want to do this as fast as possible, I'm going to be real. Sorry about this, base, but I'm going to have so many meetings with people coming to the library. I'm not going to be able to do a salon this season, I don't think. Sad. I know, but this is going to be kind of insane. I'll see what I can do. Alright. Day 1 is going to be the day of the Dappled Rose. So, we need... Lalahaima. Daymare. Madame Bechet. And Dr. Aladim. Ah, right. How the End Will Begin. I was also reading that book. A prophecy of the Wars of the Roads, recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the Great Hooded Princes. In the foretold war, the children of the Leashed Flame march on the cities of the continent, but the enactors of solar law and the Triple Sisterhood join forces to hold them back, at tremendous cost. So that would be the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, are going against both the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, and that would be the Church of the Unconquered Sun. Yeah. In that battle between the imperishable legions and the Leashed Flame, the legions will perish and the flame will be unleashed. Well, that doesn't sound good. And that's a fear book. We did make that Agalophatus souffle. Daymare and Coquille. If we were to do a salon, I would include Daymare and Coquille again. And I think there was also another one involving Coquille. Hold on. Ah, Azita. You know what? I could probably just do a quick picnic with Coquille, Azita, and Daymare. That's doable. Oh, let me, though, make sure I'm not wasting time. Luckily, we have the money to pay for people's postage. Alright, marinated roast beef. Aglophidus souffle. And we would probably need a first course that appeals to Azita, so we need something with edge. Leek soup should work. Since we actually have a basket of leeks lying around. How serendipitous. I'll actually use the other typewriter for a bit. This story from Maya, it interests me. I have an idea the house might help me follow up. There's a tale that the vagabond planted a black and white garden in Maya before the curse, where the moth would come at night. There are always tales. Alright, oh, the silver book should actually work. Oh no, you can't read Fusine. Right. Shit. The Serenity of the Black Wood? Thank you. I have enough to make a start. I really don't want to go all that way to Maya myself. It's not so very exceptional a story, but I think I might know someone who can help. Again, thank you. Alright, we're putting Dagmar in the bed again. Shoot, what was the, what was that recipe for serpent milk again? Oh, duh, serpents and venoms. It requires Perunculate. Which itself is any leaf plus Disciplines of the Scar. Okay. Let's make some Perunculate first. Or, okay, maybe... Okay, what the heck takes leaves? Ah, this will work. We'll go with the Vase of Gorse. That gets us Perunculate. And we'll need that for later. Maya in the desert. Always they come to me for the desert work. Deserts, they are not all so alike as the Bureau thinks. Deserts with hauntings and with curses even less alike. You've already read the Book of the Centipede. Well, here's the Book of Maya. You can't read Hyksos. You do read Aramaic. So here's Isaac Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings. I think that this will be enough. I leave now for Maya. Thank you. Alrighty, we got the marinated roast beef. And there is our little picnic set, aside from whatever the heck Daymare is going to drink. Peace be with you. I ask entry to the house. Yes, I am counted among the long. Immortal is too optimistic a word. All of us have our patrons. If we are lucky, we never draw their direct attention. I have been charged to find this piebald garden in the ruins of Maya, and to pluck there a piebald rose. As a keepsake, I'm told. My patron has been generous, but she is not merciful. Still, this keepsake business worries me. I would like to study the matter a little more. you've also read the Book of the Centipede. What about The Radical Measure? You haven't read that one. Long ago, you know, there were not so many colors in the world. I suppose life was simpler then, but I prefer the luxury we have of hues. Thank you, librarian. Wait, at some point, was the world literally just black and white in this universe? Goddamn. Okay, Dappled Rose, I really only need to chat a bit more with Daymare. Now for the others.
Hello, Pixel Huntress. I just lost a game.
Oh, are you literally on stream?
Yeah, playing War Thunder.
And I'm guessing that you're also... That means I'm on your War Thunder stream and no one's gonna know what the heck I'm talking about.
Nope. I'm going to adjust my volume.
Well, hopefully it's not too confusing. Let's see. Connie, Peel, Schaller, Southie. Okay.
Is this better?
That works.
I kinda had to switch from controller to keyboard every time I change something, so yeah. Alright, which one? I'm currently going for the 15 centimeters sake.
Modding support? What did you do? Hi, Copper. Nothing much too far. Or, so far, I mean. The loom now has different aspects that are more in line with, you know, the stuff that actually uses fabric in the game. Basically, we took away its rose and nectar aspects and added grail and winter instead. We now, grabbing pumpkins out of a sack of vegetables has a chance of giving you wormy, soft, or amber pumpkins. Soft amber pumpkins are still very, very rare at only 11% chance per vegetable sack. And we can now make homemade dandelion wine ourselves. Just out of any flour that doesn't already make tea. That's all I've done so far. There are some really interesting mods. I was more excited that it's finally been added. Is fabric still a pain to find? No, because they also added, the same one that fixed the loom, also made it so that you could order rags from Catering Hero and various bolts of cloth like pale silk and moss green velvet from TRN Limited. I think it's pretty balanced. There were a couple other ones that I was like, this seems a little bit too powerful, like being able to get Oriflamme's address so you can pester them to send you books, instead of just waiting for the one book you get each season. And I'm like, that's a little bit too much. There's some serpent milk. There we go. Before you had to search the woods for towels, ordering cloth makes more sense. Yeah. My strategy was always the most roundabout thing you can do to get a fabric item, which is that I would make swaddled thunder. And it's the idea of literally, like, using your musical abilities to conjure up a storm, and then grabbing a bolt of lightning and swaddling it in cloth that you somehow procure from nowhere, just so that you can use it to make a doll, was always very silly. Alright, the picnic should be ready. That is one way to get it from nowhere. Same with conjuring Gervanite from nothing just because you need any metal. Yeah, that one at least is a little bit better because Spintria is a pretty constant resource. And once you run out of good uses for it, you can turn it into metal wire, which is something at least, but still. Right. Azita Bukhara, Kokil Amirajibi, and Daymare. Girls' night. Well, girls' afternoon. It's a picnic. A patient of mine is troubled by a dream of a lake. Spintria is kind of finite. I mean, I guess technically it is finite because it only goes up to people... in theory, you can get a Spintria... It would be like 18 times per person, I think. And since you can make manuscripts out of your skills, the thing is, like, 18 Spintria per person is not... It's technically finite, but it might as well be infinite because the amount of Spintria you get out of that. Not to mention... Actually, wait, no, hold on. It's not finite because you forget that every Numa you can put your metal into the Sweet Bones and get a silver Spintria for free. Yeah, you can also get a Spintria out of every Numa. So Spintria is actually unlimited, but it's just very slow to get. And then also, you did get access to buying wire in the catalog as of House of Light, so that's nice. A patient of mine is troubled by a dream of a lake. He swims out, he dives, he is reborn beneath the moon. We identified it just last month as Gladwin Lake. He has never been there. He wants to go. And now, just now, I hear about this business of the tapestry and the rite. The best outcome, librarian, seems to be that the rite involves the hour named Applebright. The worst, that it involves the crowned growth, and both of these are nowhere hours. No one has ever been prepared to tell me what that really means, but I know enough not to roll around in it. Alright. You need a much better moon book. Luckily, I have plenty of moon books. Here's the Deaths of the Moon. You can't read Kilisimi. Got it. Okay. Here's To a Pale Lady. Aunt Mopsy found this one helpful. This has helped a little. I still have no idea what to tell my patient, but I think now that he will go, whatever happens. That seems to be the shape of these things. Always the tide. Alright, Shapt card. Once again, Coquille and Azita are discussing the temptations of the soul, enabled by the inhalation of aromatic essences. Coquille is piqued that her friend and supplier Giorgio has disappeared. She wonders if Azita found him to be a troublesome competitor. Azita blandly disclaims any responsibility. Azita! I got to start my stream. I have spiders to slay. Good luck digging around with forbidden lore. Will do. Good luck with, I guess doing stuff because a whale told you to? I don't really know what happens in Slay the Spire. That's a lie. I've played Slay the Spire, but I still don't actually know what happens in it. That is mostly my understanding of it, too. Dagmar and Coquille are talking again about the great signs and the great scars. Again, their conversation is punctuated by discussion of the very nice Margrave, to whom Dagmar did, in fact, introduce Coquille. A fact Dagmar seems now to be regretting. Oh no! Dagmar's revenge got completely thrown off kilter. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Core card for Gaiety. Dagmar and Azita are discussing means to contain the wild wood things called Hugelkinder. who apparently have been causing trouble for a business of Azita's that apparently needs quantities of guns moved through wild European regions by dead of night. Azita, what are you up to? What are you and Mayrod doing this time? Right, Father Stanislav. The Grove of Green Immortals has asked me to look into this. The Green Sages have long been interested in these doctrines, and the Haustorium has long been disinclined to share. The Sages are concerned that this might be a Haustorium trap. I suspect they're being overly cautious, but I have learned over the years to take their instincts seriously. Here's 3 flowers, half the tree. You know I had to manage Galmir's reincorporation up in the mountains by the Grove? I wish I'd known these techniques back then. It was the most difficult thing I've ever done, and I think she'll most likely return to the Mantis anyway. Although at least I can tease her that she smells of hummus. Wait, oh my god. So, okay, Teresa Galmir has already unlonged herself. Apparently. What is anyone doing? I don't... I do not understand Teresa Galmir sometimes. I guess that she's on again with Christopher Alopoli, probably. That's probably the real reason. The Baldemarian unnamed herself. Yeah, the Baldemarian fucking unnamed herself. And apparently she's going back to the Mantis at some point. What in the world are you doing, Teresa? She inevitably returns. It's her job. A quiet salon. Weren't very many guests. Well, let's see. I'll take this opportunity to also go ahead and read the Geminiad 2. We'll need Fusine. Let's see. Got gossip. Skeleton songs. And that should be like 4 total. Then 5, 6 at least. Possibly one more to 7. Otherwise 8. So I'll need one more thing to do, which should be the sun's weakness. The water of the Isle has a very faint, very distinctive taste, sometimes described as apple shroomy. Huh. Interesting. Have you heard about this Gladwin thing? Not on my watch. Idiot adepts rushing up north to try some half-digested Kilisimi right they've got out of a pack of fungus wizards. Whatever happens, I won't like it, so I'm here to look into countermeasures. More of these. There we go. Valid. Yeah. Okay. Here, to a pale lady. From darkness, darkness. Wish me luck. A fragile manuscript, illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language, Fusine, is much older. The cover is a dark and exotic leather with a smooth, almost chitinous surface, decorated with jasper. These pages outline the 7 bloody natures of the daughters of Legaia, those corrupted immortals who gave birth to children in defiance of the laws of the upper heaven, who devoured them in obedience to the hour's punishment, and who have been left outside the law. The second volume of the Geminiad suggests that these 7 corrupted immortals have been accorded the privileges of names of the witch and sister, or perhaps the sister and witch. It reminds us that the twins unite what is apart, and that the crime of the sky is in some sense a supreme joining. And it speaks at length about the sadness of the 7, the sadness of mothers whose children are forever lost, and far worse than lost. Yeah. So this is all about the Lygians, yeah? Right, the daughters of Legaia makes sense for it to be the Lygians. It's another satisfaction book. And 2 pentiments and precursors. Okay. So, okay, oh god. Alright, I'm putting my foot down here. I am not putting this in with the cookbooks. It's gonna go... It's gonna go here for now. This will be a secondary satisfaction shelf. Something regrettable is due to occur at Gladwin Lake, regrettably soon. Alright, let's see here. Before anything else, I think we can use Desires and Dissolutions. Yep. That's gonna bring that up all the way to level 9. If I can't prevent what's coming, I'll have to watch. I might even learn. But I've come here to learn first. If I learn enough, I won't need to watch. If I don't watch, I might not worry. You got it, Dr. Peel. You want... The sea does not regret. Robigo, the generous with hosts, the little traveling. He's a name of the crowned growth. He's an especial friend of the House Storium, and if anyone bears the blame for the Ortuccio incident, it's him. None of these phrases give me any particular pleasure to say. Be of good cheer, librarian. Once I go out into the world, you may never have to hear any of them ever again. Okay. Okay, Dr. Peel. Alrighty. God in the Wood. Agdistis Fekri Mor Shaler. I haven't checked, but there is certainly already a mod that fixes Oriflamme's multitudinous books drop tables. Huh, probably. The Leonine Tantra. Oh, good lord, another Tantra. I completely forgot there was another one. Stanislav, Fekri, Agdistis, and the fourth was Douglas Moore. Alright, Dagmar, I've got a question for you. Who up dappling they rose? Been to Maya, you know. What there's left of it. Wouldn't go back. Not going back to Maya. Said that already. But that rose that poor fella died for. Black and white one, you see. Rings a bell, tickles a nerve, taps on the old brain pan. I guess, No, you can't read Hyksos either. So I guess I have to give you Isaac Karth's. No, you can't read Aramaic. What the hell? Here's what I've written on Sand Stories. Dappled Rose. Still don't know, but the vagabond liked gardens, don't you know? And Moth. Might go back to Maya after all. I wonder. Alright, and we should be good on the Dappled Rose. Got to go see about all these bleeding painters. Don't mind telling you I've better things to do, but boss is as boss does. Boss sat me down and explained Lyterian to me, and Pan. You know I got into bleeding grammar school on the bleeding strength of my bleeding Greek? Bleeding scholarship. Never mind, let's see what you've got in all this. I am so sorry, Douglas. Alright, 5 heart. Here's the ceaseless no, you can't speak, can't speak that one. Uh-oh. Do I even have a heart book? The Instruments of the Heart will work. Nothing too sinister here. Well, more artists in the world. Strikes me as a sinister sort of phenomenon all by its own self. But nothing for the Bureau, I reckon. Thanks. I've heard of this venture in Germany where the customers go in as bankers and come out as painters. I'm not interested in bankers or in painting usually, but this... Lyterios is the god Pan, his aspect as deliverer. Why then Lyterian? advertising or religion? Some would say there is no distinction. I would like to know more. Okay, you do speak Aramaic, but I don't think that helps. I've already shown you the Asclepian book, plus it's too low anyway. Ceaseless Tantra is in Sanskrit. Shown you Apollo and Marsyas. You do not speak... hold on. What was the Jiminiad? No, that was Grail. Wrapped in the King. There we go. I had read that honey is a part of the diet they offer in this place. I think now I understand the significance of this. Perhaps I will try it myself. Thank you, librarian. This curious matter in the Black Forest. I hope I can find something in the collection here to understand it better. I'm more interested in the therapeutic angle than the artistic one. Although there is something here that, shall we say, tugs at the coattail of my thoughts. The text is useful, thank you, but now that I'm back at Brandkrog, I've realized the oddest thing. The work that's coming out of this place, it's very like the work that Thyrza Blake used to do. I'm sure you know she was librarian here before you. Perhaps a coincidence, perhaps not. These patients, these alumni, shall I say, these initiates? My interest is doubly professional, as a priest and as a gardener. I'd like to understand, why there? And I'd also like to understand, why now? I'm going to speak to some of these people. I have felt for a while that something is changing in the tempo of the world's pulse. I think this may be an opportunity for me to understand what. I might be wrong. It's been known, but thank you, librarian. Please take my blessing, and this. All right. And now... Sandalwood Saint. Strathcoin, Aladim, and Father Stanislav. Only 3. Finally, the Sandalwood Saint. This statuette in Strasbourg. I have people in the church hierarchy, and I do not like what they are telling me. Beetles, they say, make their home in the ceiling vaults above in great numbers. They lend their buzzings to the hymns. The deacon has commended their enthusiasm, but his view is not the majority one. There is some concern, I think, that he might himself begin to buzz. I am wondering if I should take a hand. Here's some savage hymns. Wisest, I think, to burn it. The days of the cross are long past. It's all very well to be sentimental, but I do not think we are likely to be friends with those who came before. And of course, we can be assured of a sweet scent. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're good to just do this straightforwardly. There is an image in a church in Strasbourg that's been inspiring dreams of flight, dreams of blessed alteration. This I would call spiritual progress. I'm concerned the church may disagree. I have some influence in Strasbourg, though through my business interests, you know. I can apply that influence here, but to what end I am not sure. Key of Night should help. I shall enjoin the church to drown it. The conservative clerics will be satisfied with this outcome, and those clerics who share my secret sympathies, they will hope as I do that in darkness and in quiet, it might develop further. This saint icon in Strasbourg. Apparently the candles are putting forth buds and the vestry is haunted by pines. I've been asked for an opinion. No, librarian, my order, what's left of it, is not recognized by the church. But persons of good sense on either side of the doctrinal divide know how to keep communications open. Sorry, every time it gets ecumenical, I find myself talking like this. I know someone who knows a more important someone. Kitling ripes tasty treats. Best to bury it. I suspect it may be a seed of sorts. If so, let it grow. It will take its time. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the earth. I'll pass on my recommendations. Alright, that should be the full complement of visitors for 4 goddamn incidents at once. One of them being the one we wanted. Now the question is, which ones are going to get finished before the others? Let's hop over into summer and find out. Once I do that, I'm probably going to be wrapping up for tonight. It has been 7 hours. And I will see you all sometime over the weekend and Monday. Not entirely sure when yet, but we are going to be playing, what's the vote at right now? It is currently Spooktacular. That should be fun. Yeehaw, Seth, I'm excited. Hell yeah. Alright, one more day of spring. You know, there's only like 6 days per season. Which means there's only 6 days of like summer, which, you know, there was a cartoon.
On my stream.
What?
I got a bot on my stream.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
But yeah, only 6 days of summer. You know, when I was younger, there was a cartoon show that suggested there were quite a few more days of summer.
Yeah.
Or at least as vacations go. I need to rewatch some of that stuff, and I definitely need to watch Milo Murphy's Law. I have heard very good things.
Yeah.
Alright, let me see if I can do something here. If I grab the Affair of the God in the Wood, will that prevent it from getting pulled? No, it will not prevent it from getting pulled. Well, looks like God in the Wood's going to be resolving first. All right. This tree is probably God in the Wood. I'm guessing that this symbol right here is the Sandalwood Saint. This is definitely the Dappled Rose. Friar's Tapestry. No idea. I'm going to take a wild guess that it's these hands, but it could also be whatever the heck this shape is over here. Don't think it's this. Well, it might be. Let's just find out. No, apparently not. Ah, Mademoiselle Matutine. A pleasure. Okay, yep, that's the god in the wood. It's the tree. There we go, 7 Faces of Icarus. That should be good. And we have 3... At absolute maximum, we have 3 seasons before we can actually finish the game. So, I am happy to announce that we are capable of finishing Book of Hours next stream.
Ooh.
We've finally gotten the last thing we needed. It's time to wrap up our stay here at Brandkrug and make a mark on the world next week. Alrighty. We're in an ad break right now. I'm just gonna direct everyone over to Copper Dinosaur's Slay the Spire stream. So for now, let's go ahead. Stream save 19. I've said it before, but I'll just say it again for clarity. When Book of Hours wraps up, I'm not immediately going to jump back in with another character. I believe our next stream in the Wednesday slot is actually going to be Sunless Sea. Now, Sunless Sea is a great game, and I am very excited to show it to all of you. I played Sunless Sea on the channel before. You can find it on the YouTube channel under the pre-2025 streams. But I was much, much younger then. That was about 5 years ago now, I think, something like that. And I wasn't nearly as good at the streaming stuff. It was a fun little bit, and I had some nice interaction with the chat. But I have a better sense of what I'm doing now, and I'll probably be able to make something even better. I'm excited to give it another shot. I absolutely love the game Sunless Sea, and I know it inside and out, which is why it's lucky that there are also mods for Sunless Sea, and I will be able to give myself something new as well. Most of the major mods for Sunless Sea, interestingly enough, are actually consolidated into one big thing. Like, basically all of the modders that were doing major story packs kind of just got together and made one mod that contained all of their stuff together.
Oh, nice.
As well as an extra pony of cooperation. That got added on with all the other stuff from those mods because they're cooperating. Yay! But yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. And after that, after we do Sunless Sea, I don't know. From there on out, I could go back to Book of Hours anytime I wanted. I'm not certain I'll ever do a Book of Hours just marathon like this again. What I'll probably do is I'll start up another game of Book of Hours, but then I'll interlace it with other games. This will have been my big Book of Hours stream. And the other ones will go on a different schedule. I think that that's decently reasonable and allows me to both, keep doing stuff in Book of Hours and exploring the game, because good lord, there's a lot going on in this game. As well as, doing my thing and doing other stuff. And who knows, I may end up doing a playthrough of every character in Book of Hours, I may not. There's entirely a chance that I might get bored. Though, with modding support, it might be interesting to do some more heavily modded playthroughs of Book of Hours once that gets off the ground. We'll see what people come up with for it. I'm seeing a bright future of this game. And of course, we have Traveling at Night coming out at some indeterminate future point. So that's all gonna be fun. But yeah. So, basically, I'm excited for the future. Let's go ahead and raid Copper. Raid Copper Dinosaur. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. I always, always, always appreciate it so much. I have so much fun with these. I am going to see you over the weekend, and I hope you all have an amazing night. Alrighty. Bye-bye, everybody. Love you all, and raid.